Testing, testing. Interesting. The graphics. Video game. What is this? We turn all this back on, right? Nice. Okay, let me restart. Wait, what map is this? Wait. Let me zoom in on the checks, see if some people are looking. Ah, where's the haystack? It took me hours. I've been trying to work on this the entire time. For people new to the video, or new to the live stream, I tried to go live earlier, but there was a problem with StarCraft, or really any game I found out that I ran, that completely drained all of my internet bandwidth. So without any games running, my upload speed was about 600 megabytes per minute, or I think it's per minute, or 600 megabytes per hour. I forget exactly how they measure it. Well, it was, my upload speed was 600 megabytes. My download speed was about 600 megabytes, so nearly a gigabit. And now, whenever I would have run, well, not now, but then, whenever I would have run chess, StarCraft, doesn't matter what it was, I would lose my internet connectivity, my bandwidth. It would shoot from 600 megabytes per second, I think it was, or per minute, to 0.2 megabytes per minute. From 600 to 0.2. That's how bad it dropped. And so I just spent the past few hours trying to figure out why that was. And I was finagling around with it in a variety of different ways. messing with the registry, messing with all the device settings, and well, there it is. Right. So, but I think I solved it now, and the issue was something to do with the pre-installed gaming software that came with my computer, Lenovo. Lenovo Vantage, the Lenovo Vantage toolbar, and the Lenovo Vantage toolbar had a gaming mode, and in that gaming mode there was a setting called Network Boost, and the idea was supposed to be when you load a game, when you're playing a game, that your computer automatically detects that you're playing a game and gives you all the bandwidth so that you move super fast online. But that's actually not exactly what really happens. In actuality, it does take up a lot of bandwidth, but that's all it does. It doesn't actually boost your gameplay at all. So it was kind of I don't want to say a scam, but it was a pointless feature, a degradational feature actually. So the moment I turned that, it took me hours because when you're troubleshooting something, the solution might be extremely simple. It was as simple as just clicking a switch, but performing the A/B split testing and all the troubleshooting involved with deductive reasoning to figure out exactly what switch to flick off, and where it was because it runs in the background. You don't see it. It's completely in the background. It's borderline a part of your firmware. So it took me some hours to figure out where that even was, that was even the case, and where it even was in order to switch it off. But now, as we can see, I'm streaming just fine, and it does not appear as though streaming StarCraft or any other game now is going to be a problem. Does not appear that way. Okay. Let me make this a little smaller. Okay, so let's play. Oh, is this Python? That's probably what it is, probably Python. I chose Python, didn't I? By accident. It's either Python or Lost Temple. Okay, this seems like Lost Temple. Yeah, this is definitely Lost Temple. Leave a comment in the chat. I see somebody watching. Don't know who they are though. Ah, shit. Get away. Oh, no, he's dead. We've got company. Well, that was easy enough. cool. Get his ass. Get his ass. Got him. That's game. That's game. Parallel play for now. Okay. uh, all right. So, hey Nancy. I was a little focused. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna play some chess now. Hopefully that doesn't crash it. I'm pretty sure I fixed it. All right. So I'm using games that require my concentration in order to uh, ease the transition into speaking publicly. Because I genuinely don't like to do this, but yeah, it drastically helps for boosting the credibility of my personal brand, and with it, genuine strengthening of the rapport that I have with you guys in the audience. So I'm thinking about going live, if not every single workday, then every other workday, like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, in order to keep this going. So people will likely get used to me being online regularly. You'll be able to talk to me about the blog content. Just check the description for more details. And right now I'm playing the game. Also, the secondary reason why I'm playing games is because nobody's really online right now. At least nobody's online following me at the moment. So. Sure, I understand. Ugh. Nani? Hmm. Ah, how did I, how did I not see that? It's because I'm playing publicly. That's all it is. Ordinarily I would never make a move like that. Yeah, I'm really messing up. It's because I can't. I'm so nervous. I may not seem like it, but I'm extremely nervous. So I'm not thinking about what I'm actually doing. Hmm. I need to just breathe and calm down. I need to breathe and calm the hell down. No, wait, no, that's not it. I'm about to make the same mistake. There we go. Calm the hell down. Maybe I can still win. Maybe. Yeah, definitely. I don't know why they did that. Okay, now I'm very certain I can still win. Oh, no, it's a misclick. It may not show on my face, but it shows in my chest playing. I am extremely nervous right now. That's exactly why I'm doing all this. To get used to being in the public live. The gameplay sucks right now. Oh shit, I have this rule. Yeah. Gameplay is definitely trash right now. I'm the trash man. Why are they just giving me pawns? Not smart. Should have used that one. That's what I was expecting. Wait, what was that? Okay, yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Ooh, got him. Check. 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 Yeah, it looks like I could win after all. Don't want to accidentally cause a stalemate. Checkmate. Didn't think I was going to win that one. Honestly, did not think I was going to win that one. Ordinarily, I play so much better. I'm gonna fall asleep when we play. I mean, no, I highly doubt that. My wife takes very long. Like I'm used to speed chess, as you can see, but it's fine. My wife is not used to speed chess, so whenever I play her or my children, we don't play speed chess unless, it's just a special thing. And yes, this is not like a grandmaster computer at the moment, and that's because I know that I'm not able to play at my best I'm extremely nervous, even if I may not seem like it, because I'm almost never live. So this is my first day of many days coming forward of being live. I'm as fast as lightning. You think so? Really think so? Like you're not just like blowing my ego up? Oh wait, that misclick, 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 misclick. Sorry. Here. Don't know why they did that. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to turn up the difficulty. Check. Nope. Nope. Yeah. Wondering if he's gonna do that. No shot. Yeah, okay, I'm playing a lot better this round. A lot better. Get at me. Thought so. Yeah, back into the corner. Check. Wait, no, back up, misclick. Oh, no. I just take him. Check. That was dumb. Why would you do that? Check. Check. Don't want to accidentally cause a stalemate. Oh, my bird. Well, I have two birds now. They're in the kitchen. Check. And coincidentally, mate. Yeah, it's okay. It's getting a little too easy. Oh, no. I might have to jack up the difficulty. 'Cause the moment I get really comfortable, then you'll see me take on like much, much exponentially higher level computers when when I'm actually not a jittery mess. Why would you do that? Okay, thanks for the bishop. Castle. Not bad. Oh, I fucked that up. That's not good. Actually, no. Need to. Yeah, that's what I mean. You ordinarily would see things like that. A heavy loss, but it looks like I'm still gonna win. Yeah. Not the brightest of moves. Rook is mine. I think that's mate. Yep. Can you guys hear me? If you guys want to talk about something, I'm just playing games to pass the time because nobody's here and this is my first day really going live regularly. So if you guys have a question you want to ask me, a discussion you want to have, I'm here. I think every day I'll be going live for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. I think, but for the first few times, it'll be for like an hour or two just to sort of dive full head into the pool. But regularly, if I'm going to do this every day or every other day, I'm only going to be on live maybe 15 to 30 minutes a day or every other day. It's nice to have solved that internet issue. Not neat. What do we got? 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 Let's put that here and move. Where's the StarCraft? Start. Shortcut. Try that here for easy access. Hello, Clarice. Hello, Clarice. No, just kidding. Kidding. If you've ever seen any of the Hannibal movies. Did you or are you going to cut your hair Lenny Kravitz style? I was wondering. Oh yeah, I'm going to cut it. The question is when. I have to cut it to fulfill pragmatic requirements for doing what I'm going to do in Norway, like rock climbing, martial arts, that sort of thing. All right, if you guys want to talk about something, like, again, I'm gonna repeatedly say that I'm not. This is not the point of the live is not me playing games. The point of the live is to get me comfortable with going live and thus talking about the topics of the blog. I'm only playing games as a secondary or even tertiary dimension of me going live in order to pass the time for when people have something to talk about in between the spaces of people having something to talk about. Maybe ask him something about me. Uh, well, I suppose that would be a lot. Like if I was to ask you, how did you guys meet, and whatnot? Which I think you did tell me a brief summary of that before in the past. However, I mean that would be a lot to type. If you're okay with typing a lot, then that's that's okay with me. Is your husband watching? Oh, I don't care. No. And I mean that in a good way. Like I don't care with the best of intent, meaning feel free, type whatever you want. I'll read it. Doesn't matter how long it is. Again, I keep repeating myself, and not just for you, but for anyone watching this. For anyone watching this, the point of the live stream is not the game. The point of the live stream is not me gaming. In future live streams, I won't be gaming at all. Um, the gaming is just the equivalent, the digital equivalent of me twiddling my thumbs. So I don't just sit here nervous, you know. Yeah, Clarice, you seem like a person who's overcome a lot, judging from what you do and do not say. You haven't spoken much, but I of course I pay attention to everything that you do say, either in the emails or in the comments. Thank you, Clarice. Yes, I am capable of playing much of StarCraft without even looking at the screen. You are correct. When you see me, and I'm not even looking at the monitor. And yeah, I'm maintaining an APM of over 300, as you can see. Zerg. Okay. What's that? Their lair. Where's their den? Okay. Yes, we have. Yes, we have. Have we discussed names for the new uh, baby? Yes, we have. Um, we've discussed it, but we haven't decided upon it yet. 1 second. Okay, that's game. I win. Nothing the enemy can do. Who can move in? No, we're not gonna name him that, but um, yeah, we're not sure we're gonna name him that. Nothing's decided, but I can tell you what we're not. We're not gonna name him Hugin and Moonin. No. I mean, they're cool names. Don't get me wrong. The names of Odin's ravens, but um, cool names. Hella cool names. I just don't know. Back to chess, I suppose. I think maybe for the future calls, I could start using PowerPoint presentations of some kind. That way, the PowerPoint presentation could keep us focused on the topic at hand, whatever it is. It's interesting. At least 3 people are contacting me right now as they're watching, yet the stats do not show 3 people watching. I wonder why. Oh, what have I said? I need to pay attention. Start over. Let's start over. Really just going to give me a night like that? Check. Gotcha. Check. Beautiful. You can tell if you're paying attention. You can tell I'm getting more skillful as I'm playing, and that has to do with. Right as I said that, I lost my queen. Never mind. I need to stop talking and pay attention. Shite. Check. Wait. But as you can see, like if I calm down, you can see I'm a relatively decent blitz chess player. The more I calm down, the more skillful I am. That was a fuck up on my part. Not a good exchange. And the thing about blitz chess is that obviously there are going to be good moves that you miss, like, but that's the difference between blitz chess and regular chess. Um, it's how quickly are you able to duel without having the time. Like how many moves can you see ahead? How many moves can you calculate while under such a time pressure? It's like McQueen. Yeah, I knew he was. That was planned. Check. Is this the mode we will play chess? No, we'll play chess however you wish. I just personally prefer speed chess. That's all. What am I doing? I lost my concentration for a second. Ah, got his ass. There we go. No. Did he just give me a queen? That part of me doesn't function unless I'm in scrubs and something emergent goes on. I'm not fast that way. It lays dormant until called, but that call is heated without fail. It seems my comments are delayed and may not make a ton of sense when they are read. Well, it depends on which one we're talking about. Really? For sure, I thought I was going to take my pawn. What? Yeah, it's game. Checking it. Grant doesn't have invaded. They broke through the ramparts. Okay. How about I change it up? Maybe not play a game. Maybe go through some blog content. I don't know. I'm deliberately by now. If this was the way I planned for the future videos, the future live streams to occur, I would have already logged off because my goal is to log on quickly, 15 to 30 minutes tops, drive home a very focused point, answer Q&A about it or about myself, usher people into either one of the blogs, the Substack blogs, and then take it from there the next day, you know. With that in mind, but you know, I'm deliberately putting myself through the gauntlet of staying on a little longer in the beginning in order to get used to being online. Well, you know what I mean. I'm always, almost always, I'm chronically online, but I mean, on a live stream. So let's see, what do we got here? But yeah, Nancy, yeah, don't worry. There would be no proximity between me and the new whoever it is that we hire, which we haven't hired anyone yet, but we are bound to. So yeah, nothing like that's going on. What you sent me, the emails, absolutely nothing like that's going on. Yeah, we're not even going to be in the same countries. What's going to happen is that they're going to perform the same job duty as my wife does for Omi Firm. And I'm going to wake up every morning. They're going to give me a status report on what's going on with their clients, and I'm going to give them directions like commander, like a commander. And then basically tell them what needs to be done with each client and how developing the strategies for them, and well, there it is. They do not need to be here in person for that. I mean, ideally, the person who would work with us would be in person. I think sometimes in-person work is just simply superior to remote. Sometimes. But in this context, in this case, they're going to be a remote worker working in a totally different country. And if my kids see them at all, it would be like if they stumble in through my doorway and just kind of peek in and see somebody on the monitor. Oh. Who's 3 people are watching me on YouTube? Yeah, I'm getting conflicting stats. Right now it says 3 people are watching me on YouTube, but I don't see 3 people on YouTube. So, and it says only one person is watching me on Facebook, but on a different screen I'm seeing 3 people watching me on Facebook. You guys, if you are watching, whoever you are, just leave a comment or something. it was a frustrating few hours, but now I've got a very streamlined setup for going live very easily and effortlessly every single day. Hardest part will be my emotions when it comes to um, knowing that I'm live. I probably won't be online much longer as it is 1 a.m. where I am. But it's good to finally make the sacrifice of time for one day necessary to get this set up. When do you think is a good time to log on? Every day. I think 5 or 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern. Yes, I'm sure it will pass. I, yeah. I agree with you. Well, it appears as though it might be not yet the best time to log on and live stream because I'm thinking of people who are in the U.S. West. I'm thinking of the people who are in the U.S. East. It's I might log off tonight when it is actually the best time to log on, so I'm a little concerned. We'll see. Or for you, yeah, meaning about 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, there's more than one person, definitely more than one person watching me. Just not saying anything. Because remember, I'm on more than one platform. So I'm using a service called Restream. I'm on both Facebook and YouTube at the same time. So if it seems like I'm talking to someone and you don't see their comment, that could be for a couple different reasons. It means that I see them on one monitor and they might be on YouTube or some other platform because I can stream on three at once. Wait, can I stream on Twitter? Let's see. Can I do Twitter as well? I If I can do Twitter as well, I will stay on for sure. Was there any one person who helped guide you along and see things with a different perspective or developed more through life experiences and knowing there's a better way than what you were given? Yes, absolutely. There were multiple people actually. And the most influential of them, actually, I don't know who is truly the most influential, but most of the most influential ones I've stuck I've stuck with. I've remained in contact with to this very day, and I'm talking about from high school. If you were online earlier, you might have seen me speaking to a man named Muhammad. Now he wasn't a mentor; he was a classmate. But just the idea that there are people who have been following me for literally decades, for 20 years, on my social media pages. But the first person that comes to mind would be my high school teacher, Mr. Colombo. And I just sent him an email thanking him for a satore, like a moment of enlightenment for a lesson he gave me 20 years ago that just a few months ago I fully internalized and understood. And Mr. Colombo was a chess club teacher, ironically enough, and he taught me the very opening strategy that you saw me playing speed chess with, in this very live stream, and it's called the King's Indian Defense. And I practiced that to the point where I can even play speed chess blindfolded. I haven't played blindfolded speed chess in a while, but if I got a couple times to warm up and get used to it again, I could definitely do it. But that's beside the point. Mr. Colombo kept me off the streets. He was a descendant, like a direct descendant. Actually, he was a direct survivor of the fall of the Soviet Union. He was not like he was the son of someone he was a survivor of the fall of the Soviet Union. When I say he was an interesting cat, that guy was cool. And we would stick after school for hours and hours and just till the sunset, which in New Jersey, if it's in the winter, okay, the sun might set with pretty early, but if it's in the summer or like the spring, we would be there for a while, and I would have to check in with my mom to let her know where I was at. Let her know, hey, I'm actually still at the school. The school's closed up, but there's like 2 doors that are still open, and me and Mr. Colombo will head out after, and we would just talk for hours about philosophy, cultures. He would challenge all of my beliefs. He would pick me apart psychologically, psychoanalytically, piece by piece. And he still teaches to this day. He's still a teacher in relatively the same district. I know he's still in New Jersey from when I messaged him a couple months ago. And he kept me off the streets, and he got me asking the correct questions that led me down a thought process that altered holistically what decisions I would make and how I would interpret or could interpret various stimuli as they would occur within my vicinity, even if amid a completely toxic environment, which often it was. He instilled in me the first seeds of stoic self-reflection, and it was as though he knew what my true potential was long before I did. And that would make sense, because if he's a high school teacher, he sees hundreds of kids. He's taught thousands of kids. So he knew, he had that experience, because he had already been teaching for years before he even taught me. And he was a highly influential, positively influential guy. The next was he's actually a big YouTuber now, like 1 million fans. Next, he was my first martial arts mentor. His name is Bill Plew. On YouTube, his name is Fightin' Cowboy. Now we don't speak anymore, but to this day, um, regardless of why we fell out, which I probably will go into during this call, um, he was like the brutally tough hand that got me into martial arts, which then segued into the military. My first physical training began with him and two other teachers named Matt Motorano and Jarrell Solano. And those three teachers, they were high school students. They were juniors and senior. They were seniors above me. So these were mentor figures, but they were also high school students, right? So when I was a freshman and sophomore in high school, they, if I wasn't with Mr. Colombo, I was with them. Either I was getting my ass beaten in martial arts, and I do literally mean ass beaten because we were mixed martial artists. So they, we would put on gloves. Bill had a basement, or we would fight in his basement or in his backyard. And I would train insanely hard for hours with Matt Morano, and like each of the three teachers had their own respective training styles, and we would all meet and spar with each other regularly. And the process of bringing me into the world of martial arts was a gateway into so many other things, namely how I went into the military. So those were the two most influential high school mentors, with the exception of a third that came later, right as I graduated. My connection to the next mentor that I'm going to mention was a man named Mr. Principe. And I wouldn't necessarily consider him a high school mentor, because even though that was the crowd, that was the relative time period, I met up with Mr. Principe through his sons, who were also my classmates. So I became friends with his sons. We all went to the same high school together. But I didn't really start hanging out at his place until around graduation time, senior year to post senior year. After we graduated, and we were all on our way to college or the military. That was the sort of time period. So technically, I could classify him as a high school mentor, but more so young adult mentor. And he taught me a lot about a lot. He taught me a lot about a lot, and he provided me a safe space. And by safe space, I do not mean like the left wing safe space. I mean a real shelter. I fell out with him, and again, I'm not going to get into why. It's a sad story with multiple angles to it. But that guy was like a father figure to me for sure. He even started calling me son at one point. Older gentleman. He was a former military veteran. Well, not former military. He is a military veteran himself. Also served the function of keeping me off the streets. Gave me my first initial tidbits of wisdom and advice before I joined the military. He negotiated with the recruiter to make sure that I went into the Navy SEAL program. That was written in my contract. They weren't bullshitting me, because a lot of recruiters have a negative stereotype surrounding them, pertaining to, like, they'll tell you that you'll become this, but you actually end up becoming. They'll tell you that you'll become X, but you actually end up becoming Y. And if that was the case with me, then at least it was within my contract that no matter what, I was going to get a fair opportunity to become a Navy SEAL. And so I was friends with that family for about 7 years, 7 or 8 years, and leading into China, because when I went to China, I got that same son of his a job in China. So I left for China after a certain point, after I got out of the military, made a home for myself there, and got the son that was my connection to Mr. P a job in China like a year or two later, after I had well established myself in China and it was sort of on my way out. He was on his way in, and I got him the job. I was the connection, the hookup. And yeah, there's that. Those people were. Oh, and also, how could I possibly forget? I could never forget her. My second mother. To this day, she is my second mother. Her name's Miss McGinnis. When I was about 8 years old. No, I actually let me back up even further. I have been homeless 3 times in my life. Twice when I was a child through no fault of my own, and a third time after I got out of the military by choice. And that was because being homeless with my dignity was superior to subjugating myself before the toxic environment that was my home of origin with my family of origin, my blood family. But as a child, she was to me no different than a second mother, and she was like very proudly, staunchly Irish, and she was a. It was definitely rough for her because she was also a single mother, divorced. But she it didn't stop her from taking care of me and treating me like one of her own sons. And that's why there's a chapter in my memoir called "Raised Irish" because that's essentially what I was. I was raised Irish, even if I am not Irish myself by blood. If I do have Irish in me, it's a very minor amount. No, the most of the white in me, most of the European in me is Norwegian, and English Norwegian. But yeah, those are the key developmental mentors that set me on a radically different path than most people who look like me in life. Hope that answers your question. Anytime after 6 p.m. EST. Okay, so that means yeah, so that means I was about to log off when a lot of people are about to log on, which is sad. Which means that if I'm going to do this, it means I'm going to have to go to sleep a bit later every night. I'm going to have to shift my body clock, which is fine. It's not fine, but it's necessary. Man's got to do what he's got to do. Because the majority of my audience is not in Europe. It is in America, which is 6+ hours behind, which means that I have to stay up later in order to be online when everybody else is. Yeah, it's just a big Teams call. Yeah, you said that 16 minutes ago, Nancy. It's just a big Teams call, but you have to understand, even on one-on-one business calls, I actually have to build a lot of courage to do that. And after every single Zoom call, it's like I feel like I'm punched in the gut. Um, it's a massive energy drain to be live, but I'm just you got to do what you got to do. When I was working for a client in Omi firm, my marketing firm, um, I was giving webinars on behalf of the company, right? So to some extent, I was not the leading face of the company, but to some extent, as a customer representative, I was the touch point face of the company for the client. and it was not work that I usually did. It was extremely uncomfortable, but I learned a lot about how to give live sessions and usher people into a higher stage of a marketing funnel in order to secure a sale. Now, in this case, I'm applying some of those principles, or at least I intend to apply some of those principles, but in a much more wholesome way. So the primary reason that I'm doing this is to build a stronger rapport, a stronger parasocial relationship with you guys. But the reason why, a big reason, not the only, but a big reason why I would like to do that is to simultaneously attract more paid subscribers. Because I noticed a pattern with almost every single person that has become a paid subscriber in one or bought something from me in some way, shape, or form talked to me first. They saw me live, or they've been following me for a long time. We had a one-on-one email conversation, or we had a one-on-one DM conversation that went really deep. So if I could do that at scale, that begs the question, okay, how can I do that at scale? And that would be webinars, which aligns perfectly with my entrepreneurial experience as the sub-face of the company that I worked for called Ink for All. It was an AI company, AI, artificial intelligence. And if I could combine those aspects of marketing myself from that corporate world to my own subscribers while attracting new subscribers with paid advertising, then in theoretically, I could hasten the rate and expand the magnitude at which I could attract a healthy, loving, paying fan base. And it's also exemplary of the kind of one-on-one conversations I'm willing to have with every single person. So it's not just these webinars, it's also one-on-one calls that I could show you, since I'm sharing my screen. I could do this, s.youcanbook.me, right? So this is a link for scheduling calls. A link for scheduling calls based on the blog, right? So you see, so I give people out this link, and you can see you can choose your meeting type, and a content call would be, click here to schedule a call to discuss blog content. I may have reached out to you via LinkedIn or paid advertising as part of marketing research. If so, this is the option for you. And then the second call would be a VIP call. Nancy, Clarice, this would be for you. Right. So click here if you are already a paid subscriber of the blog content and you'd like to discuss something personal to you, perhaps your business. Nancy, in your case, it wouldn't be your business. It would be, hey, when do you want to play chess? When do you want to, or do you want to talk about life one-on-one in a way that's more personal than a live open web live stream like this, right? So, so I realize that is really the missing key, the missing link to me building more relationships with more people at scale, and that is I just have to do that which is uncomfortable, and that is getting on camera. It's the only thing I don't do. My writing is, it may sound arrogant, but I do believe that my writing is better than most pages you will find on Facebook. Facebook itself verifies to me the analytics of it. I get like back-end awards and recommendations on the like awarded to me by Facebook for the way that I write and how engaging the content is. So I know, not just from my own ego, it's validated to me by the system, because they let you know, they give you notifications about how well you're doing and how your content stacks against other pages. So I have the empirical evidence to back it up. And when I go onto to the back end of the Facebook page, I'm seeing the meta-analytical data pertaining to who is, or how many people, where they're from, and they're engaging. Like even the silent stalkers who think that they're invisible, they're really not, to a great extent at least. And that helps to a great extent for me to understand all that I'm doing right. So why aren't I more successful? And I do believe that the answer is stereotypically, iconically, almost tropically, that I need to step into my Joseph Campbellian darkest cave. And your Joseph Campbellian darkest cave is different for everyone. In this case, in my case, it would be actually putting myself out there live on camera. One of the great pushes for that was the asshole troll that challenged me to that live StarCraft match. And like, well, the guy was an asshole, and a lot of my fans like hated the guy, and they sent me messages about that, like how rude he was. I actually, there's a reason why I wasn't harsh on him and I didn't just ban him. I took him as, I willfully chose to interpret him as a kind of threshold guardian, a kind of cosmic call to adventure, in the sense that he was rude as hell, yet necessary to get me to this point. If he had not been so rude to me, if he had not lit that kind of fire under my ass, because his tone changed in the middle of the game, which you guys weren't able to see. Because I recorded 2 of the 3 games that we played, but on the second one, there was just an innocent error. I don't know what happened. I don't know why my recording software didn't record it, but he started talking to me a bit. He was a man of few words, but he started talking to me a bit on the second game, and he admitted, yeah, you do in fact have talent. And his whole tone changed. He started speaking to me with a lot more respect, and we had a good time. And when I felt that shift, when I saw that shift in his demeanor, and if you notice, he's disappeared. He hasn't like attacked me anymore, because there's a mutual respect earned there. I knew for a variety of reasons that guy was not evil. He just simply wanted the truth, and he had every right to know the truth, as you guys deserve to know the truth, right? So you guys deserve that. So I decided to look within. And this is Mr. Columbo, the influence of Mr. Columbo. Like Clarice, you asked me, what were one of the mentors that influenced how you think? And I literally told you just a few minutes ago that he instilled in me the first seeds of Stoic self-reflection and how to pause and think of stimuli, even if they're toxic, even if they seem toxic or are within a toxic environment. Can you extract value from that in a counterintuitive way that other people can't see? Can you think with your metaphysical third eye up here? Can you see that which cannot be seen? Can you reach beyond with not because you're psychic, nothing magical, but with a combination of deductive, inductive, and abductive reasoning? These are the 3 different types of reasoning that we know for certain in replicable experimentation that the human brain is capable of. Inductive, they're all forms, with the exception of abductive reasoning. They're both 2 of the 3 are forms of pattern recognition. Inductive reasoning is taking patterns from that which is known and figuring out the next step in the pattern. In other words, when applied pragmatically in day-to-day situations, inductive reasoning would be, if you see, it's actually flawed inductive reasoning is where racism comes from. Like, for example, if you see 8 black people that commit crime, the next step in the pattern that your brain will assess will be, okay, the 9th black person must be a criminal too, right? And that may not necessarily be the case, right? So that's inductive reasoning, depending upon how you want to apply it, both for greater goods or greater evils. Doesn't really matter. And then you have deductive reasoning, which is the thought process that Sherlock Holmes prides himself in. And the deductive reasoning is like the mirror opposite to inductive reasoning. Whereas inductive reasoning is when you take the data, that which is known, you see a pattern within it, and you guess the next step, or you reason what the next step will be. Deductive reasoning is when you take that which is known and you subtract a conclusion of what the next step must be. So inductive reasoning is you're adding the next step. Deductive, like look at the base word, deduct. You're deducing, you are subtracting down into what the next step in the pattern could only be. within the all of the different scenarios that you can conceive. And then abductive reasoning is out of that which is known, can you invent the next step in the pattern? Not different than inductive reasoning, where in inductive reasoning you are predicting the next step. In abductive reasoning, you are inventing the next step. Right? And abductive reasoning is what AI cannot do, at least to my knowledge. That is what artificial intelligence cannot do as of yet, and may never be able to. And that is abductive reasoning. True original thinking is so far still the realm of humanity and owned only by humanity. All right, so Mr. Colombo taught me to acknowledge, differentiate between, and utilize all three of the empirically replicable reasonings in order to see deeper into situations with stoic self-control. And with that in mind, when that guy, that faceless man, challenged me to a StarCraft duel, I immediately started thinking why. I started psychoanalyzing him the same way he was I could tell he was psychoanalyzing me. And then in the middle of the second match, we sort of met and figuratively shook hands. There was respect between us for sure. And he left me alone. And I actually thank him, whoever that man was. I mean, never know who he is. It is because of him that now I am set for the next stage of my personal evolution as necessary to become more successful in life, because he lit that fire under my ass. Now, he was, in fact, incorrect on several assumptions that I could tell he was basing his rudeness off of. He probably assumed that I was way more narcissistic than I actually am, because I'm not a narcissist. When I was younger, I had narcissistic traits, but I was never a full-blown diagnosed clinical narcissist. But he probably was deliberately testing, prodding to see what kind of a person I really am. Hence, what I was able to deduce were his intentions, and I apparently deduced relatively correctly, because let me switch monitors. Because if I had thought incorrectly, I don't think we would have established that mutual respect toward the second game. So it is because of him now. And I understand that, well, maybe not entirely because of him, but he was definitely a catalyst. And I mean, he definitely got me playing StarCraft again, which has a variety of neurological benefits and stress relief and pain relief, psychophysiological pain relief, for me at least. And now, even though there aren't many people watching at the moment, it's about setting the precedent for the next chapter of my life, because at any moment that can change. And even if I don't pop off and go viral, I don't have to pop off and go viral, because I'm leveraging paid advertising, and bringing in the ideal customer personas that I need, the audience that I most enjoy speaking with, in and of themselves, because I'm in control of that to a great extent, regardless of whether I go viral or not. Then this is a streamlined method of building that rapport with them and showing the depth of my sincerity and the potency of my authenticity. As necessary to yield the revenue that I need to make it to the next stage of success in my entrepreneurial journey. Okay, that was a mouthful. But see, that's exactly what I need, though. I need you guys to ask me questions like that, because if you ask me a question like that, or if you we raise a discussion from something that you've read, of something that I've written, or something that you would like me to write about, then I can go off on a very authentic monologue. We can have this discussion at length on these live streams, and then a subsequent article can follow it, or vice versa. So that it's just simply getting me comfortable enough to be myself, which it's going to take a little while for me to get there. But once I do, as you can see, I can speak at length on a topic as necessary, as need be. Okay. Haven't quite decided what time I'm going to be online every day. Thinking about just staying up and seeing what the peak attendance is, like what times do the most people see me, and probably just follow what the data says. Because right now only about 3 people are watching. From what I see, 3 to 4 people. I'll be right back. I've been live streaming for like 2 hours. Interesting. It's about deeper thinking and connecting what you sense and think with like-minded people. Gets my attention. Indeed. think. Okay, what time is it? Western. What time is it in California? Right now, it is 4:39. So 9 to 5. So a lot of people are just getting off work. They're just like they haven't even gotten home, because if they work at 9 to 5, then they would have just they haven't gotten off work yet. That is so great, though, that I was able to finally get StarCraft working. Because like I wanted the live stream so badly. Just kind of sitting here waiting to see what the best times to log on are. Who's watching me on YouTube? You were silent. Say something. Let's see if I can get on Twitter live as well. Add channel. Yeah, you can. You can, in fact, go live on X. Authorized app. Let's go. Hey, hey. So I might stay on a little longer now that I'm on X as well. So I'm streaming on three different platforms at once, and I could theoretically upgrade my account to stream on more, including LinkedIn. Cool. Yeah, I see it. I see myself on Twitter. Awesome. Awesome. Even though, again, I'm not worried about there not being so many people. Yeah, I'm not worried about there not being so many people. It's about getting started. It's almost like when you start working out. It's like if we look at the amount of users as the results for your body, it's like obviously if you spent the past 15 years online and you've been live streaming like you've only live streamed like 5 times in like 15 years, obviously you're not going to have a large anticipating audience. But um, right, I'm very certain that over time, especially as I continually advertise, there will absolutely be more and more people. Especially if I figure out what the best times to stream are, and then the rest is about consistency. Yeah, internet speeds. So I did in fact fix the issue with the gaming. Like get back on the games again. I'm gonna play one more game and then uh, see who is going to be online and send out an email letting people know ahead of time, like, hey, I'm going to start being online at this time. So I think to buy more time, instead of just sitting here playing games, I'll start working live. We'll start to see how I operate the email and all that.
Macro Zerg.
was fairly simple. Testing, testing, testing. Okay. You guys can't hear me after all. Okay. Pins. Now maybe I should build this into Facebook. Maybe not. But does Restream have a scheduling feature? Schedule it. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I'm gonna turn on some music. Can you guys hear that? You can, slightly. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Joseph Amond. On YouTube. How's it going? Oh, okay. Well, fortunately, sorry. Um, well, at least almost no one is watching. So this is I'll remind myself not to say that. Sorry. You're celebrating your first long form video, viral long form video. So my tiny but good YouTube channel is quite satisfying. Oh, what is it? Let me see it. Link me to it. I'll look at it right now. Because I've been online for hours now, so I'm just sort of uh, I'm just sort of seeing who logs on when, so that I can get a feel for when the best time to have regular live streams would be. Warhammer page, painting lore, and here we go. Give me the link. I don't mind if it's on my stream. Like I'll check it out, man. Few people are watching anywhere. Let me show my support. I'll give you a like. Perhaps it'll go even more viral. Warhammer. Not much. I know about the I know about the Chaos Gods. Um, it's like what StarCraft wishes it could be. As a matter of fact, Warhammer came first, and I think the reason why we have StarCraft is because there was some sort of a legal dispute that happened with Blizzard and Warhammer, and so like StarCraft was like the offshoot. It's War StarCraft is Warhammer without admitting that it's Warhammer, and it's like a legal loophole that Blizzard was able to create. It became a massive hit, but it's very similar to what I understand is very similar. Thank you, Clarice. It's very similar to Warhammer. There are, I think, four Chaos Gods, and the humans are led by this God Emperor, and the Tyranids are like the Zerg or the Xenomorphs, but like on steroids. Um, and You have these demons that are like lust driven, and then you have these Nurgles, I think, or the guy's called Nurgle. They're like zombie undead, and like their main emotion is like gluttony or something. So like you have these four chaos gods. They're the embodiments of various sins, various dark emotions that just go to an extreme, and they are constantly in this eternal war for universal control. Is that correct? Monday, Wednesday, Friday at what is a good time? What is a good time? Let's see here. What is a good time? What time is it EST right now? It is 8:27. Okay, so maybe 1 a.m. wouldn't murder me. Is it in California? Maybe 2 o'clock should do it. No, because people are just getting off work in California. So it should actually be 3 o'clock. That maybe 3 o'clock a.m. Because right now it's 2:30 a.m. where I am. Maybe. But that I think that would that would detract from the point of why the direction I'm trying to go with my content. Possibly, it's possible. But what the reason why I'm going live now regularly, the reason why the plan is to go live regularly now, is to build rapport with my respective audience as necessary to build my subscriber base for the Substack blogs. And the Substack blogs are either business based or they are philosophically based. Now, as you said, you're right on this point. Warhammer is heavily philosophical, right? Like it's war. It's actually philosophy underneath war, right? Because each, like I said earlier, just a few minutes ago, each of the armies are based on like a certain emotion, and that emotion follows a philosophy, and that's what they want to rule over all the realms of the universe. But I would need to find a clear, distinct connection between that, and I'm not saying, I'm sure there is. I might make a reference or two every once in a while, but if I do purely React content, or not purely, because you didn't say purely, but if I start going in that direction, I might actually lose the audience that I'm trying to build that would become paid subscribers to either one of the Substack channels, which is, it's iffy. It really depends. Greek tragedy in space with daddy issues and Cthulhu elements. Yeah. Like easy to guess, but I think you'll like the Space Wolves, Werewolf Vikings in space. Werewolf Vikings in space. Okay, I've never heard of them, but I'll check it out. Let's see. But that doesn't mean, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean that I wouldn't personally enjoy the content. So like, if we treat YouTube, or if we treat the social media content as work, because it is, essentially, it's a form of sole proprietorship. While I may not post about it, or at least not post about it often to this respective target audience that I'm advertising to, that doesn't mean that after I turn the camera off that I won't sit there and actually watch and enjoy it. Because even though I don't play Warhammer, I clearly know something about it, and the reason why I know something about it is because I was, in fact, watching some videos randomly throughout YouTube, and I did take a vague interest in it. Here it is. Change Monday, Wednesday, Friday at. What time is it Eastern? At 9 o'clock a.m. 9 a.m. Eastern. And 9 o'clock Eastern. What time zone is California? Is that PT? Pacific Daylight. Pacific, yeah. The 18, okay, 6 o'clock. 9 a.m. EST. 6. Oh, no, not AM. The hell. 9 p.m. EST, 6 p.m. PST. Norton's Mind, philosophical content, philosophical topics. And then Tuesday and Friday. Norton's Mind, Omi Firm, marketing topics. $8:30 p.m. Okay. All right. So you must be in the Eastern time zone, right? No. No. Yeah, no. That's Eastern, right? What time is it? Eastern. That is Eastern right now. Yeah, you must be in the Eastern time zone. Norton's Mind, philosophical topics. Hold. Thanks, man. See ya. All right, that's right. Okay, good. Yes, I came back. Did you just? Yes, I came back. Now I'm working on sending out an email to the list about, making sure that. Well, here I'll show you what's going on here. Here, I'm about to send out this email to the rest of the email list. You're about to receive it in your inbox, Nancy, about the the times that I'm intending on being online every night. I'm thinking of what to turn this into. Not watch this video. Well, maybe watch this video. I'm not sure. Thank you. My wife just brought me an apple cider. Looks like beer, but it's not. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Matter of fact, if you want to sort of help me practice right now, if you want to ask me a question about any of the blog content that you've read so far, even if you kind of already know the answer, but just like it would help me a lot to sort of sink my teeth into how these live streams are going to go because I've been live streaming so far for 3 hours according to the Facebook timer, and prior to that, I had been troubleshooting this computer to make sure that I could live stream clearly while playing games whenever I wanted to. That took like another 3 to 4 hours, right? So I invested the whole day into getting this set up, and now that it is set up, it's like okay, now it's time to practice, so that I can actually get comfortable. So if you could think of a question or two from the derived from the content, and then I'll answer it. Or maybe it doesn't have to be me dictating. It's not like I'm a college professor. It could also just be a two-way. You can type in a comment. However it naturally develops is however it will naturally develop. But it will also just it'll help me to practice for starting tomorrow, I suppose. Hmm. 5 people are watching me now. That's Yeah. See, people are beginning to log on now. So I thought that, so, man, that sucks for me because of the time zone. I'm in Europe, so it's gonna right. Currently, it is 2:53 a.m. where I am, which means in order for me to be consistent with this, it's going to. Yeah, you can hear the seagulls outside. Somebody said they can hear seagulls outside my window. Yeah, because I'm by the ocean. But yeah, it. In order for me to do this, that means my whole body clock is going to have to shift. I'm going to have to be awake every single night, which means that I'll sleep through the mornings, but still, it's like that's still rough. Hey, a man's got to do what he's got to do, right? So All right, so philosophy and relationships, location, Facebook, Twitter. Yep. Okay. Yeah, people are just starting to log on, which means that this is more so the ideal time for me to log on, which is murder to me. Hmm. Maybe if I put that in duplicate tab. Let's see what we got here. A stream within a stream. 6 people. Yeah, see that now is the time when I should stream. Like, it's going to be so painful. All right, scheduled. Let's see. It says scheduled, but I don't see where to actually set the time for it to. Hmm. Same bad place, same bad channel. I'm saying that because I see channel here, so I just thought the keyword triggered the memory of the old school Batman Technicolor episodes. The old school Batman. No, not that, not that. Hmm. I'm brand new to Restream, so I'm like going through it slowly, learning it. Encoder. So right now would be about the time I would be logging on. So tomorrow, I'm probably not going to live stream until about right now. I'm probably going to begin with an intro video like this. Probably full screen it like this. So how can I improve that audio? Let me see this. 1 second. Let me see. So you can see I'm setting up. I'm literally building the live stream shows and like auto scheduling right now in front of you, along with the automated email. Like you're watching me build the system for it right now. Test. 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 Yeah, the audio is much clearer on that one. Test. Test. Yeah, the audio is much clearer on that one. Test. Test. Yeah, the audio is much clearer on that one. Test. Test. Yeah, the audio is much clearer on that one. Yeah, stop looking. There we go. Where is it looping? Why is it looping? Where is the loop coming from? Okay, it stopped. All right. Yeah, hey John. Yeah, I'm setting the audio mixer, right? So certain videos will be louder than my voice. So you're watching what you're doing right now, you're watching me set up the system. I'm even writing the email for it that I'm about to send out to the email list. So tomorrow, like if I move this right here and show you this email that's about to get sent out. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I'm going to be online at exactly this time. So I'm going to be online at exactly this time, Monday through Friday. At least that's the plan, subject to change. And what I'm going to do is open up the show, or should I say the live stream, with that intro video. And what I'm doing right now is both writing the automated email, both that will get sent out now and will be continually, repeatedly sent out in perpetuity to new people that join the email list, as well as the audio mixer for how we will begin each day's live stream. If you'll see it, I'll show you here. Here's OBS. So this is, if you see here, you see audio mixer. Right here, if you see. So there are layers to the audio, right? So there's for my mic here, there's an audio layer specifically for my mic. There's an audio layer specifically for the video that you just saw, like the audio capture for whatever gets sent out from a specific speaker. So I have multiple speakers. I have a surround sound system with this Batman setup, and it's a shame you can't see it because the camera's facing the opposite direction. But here, let me do this. See that? Right, it's really cool. Right, it's multiple monitors. All right, so I've got very pretty intricate setup, and there's actually like LED lights behind it. I'm just not using them right now. Like if I wanted to, I could get a really cool visual effect with my smartphone. 1 second. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. 1 second. Are these online? Right, so I could set up. You may not be able to see it, which means that this is also something I'll have to play with. Maybe if I take this video and turn off, let's see, adjust for low light. Maybe that helps, because you can see the eerie blue light, right? So if I was to turn this around, there's blue LEDs behind the monitor. I'll have to play with this a little more. Adjust for low light. All right, so basically what you're seeing is me setting up for these regular shows. So it requires, so I'm a systems thinker. So like I'm not going to try to invent the wheel every single time I live stream. I want an easy, streamlined setup to where I just push a button, everything's ready to go, turn on the lights, and if I want eerie blue light, then I've got it. And so forth. Right? So what I need to do is I need to set up an automated email, which is this. Hold on, let me finish. Audio output. Volt audio output and volt audio. I'll change that to microphone. Volt microphone name is already in use. Is it? Nandato. So Volt audio microphones. Right, so you can see it literally in real time. At least you should be able to see it in real time. Can you? Yeah, you can. I'm looking at the stream on another monitor. So you can see the green, blue, and red of me speaking to the mic. Right, if I get closer to the mic, you see how and now it's getting red. The audio bar is getting all the way into the red because I'm speaking directly into the microphone. Right, but then that's its own reserved organized layer. Then we have the actual mic audio of you see how and now it's getting red. The audio bar is getting all the way into the red because I'm speaking directly into the microphone. I'm going to but then that's its own reserved organized layer. Then we have the actual mic audio of you see how and now it's getting red. The audio bar is getting all the way into the red because I'm speaking directly into the microphone. As I have multiple monitors, then you'll see how I'm only showing organized layer. Then we have monitors the actual mic audio. You see how and now it's getting red. The audio bar is getting all the way into the red because I'm speaking directly into the microphone. As I have multiple monitors, then you'll see how I'm only showing organized layer. Then we have monitors actual mic audio. You see how and now it's getting red. The audio bar is getting all the way into the red because I'm speaking directly into the microphone. As I have multiple monitors, then you'll see how I'm only showing organized layer. Then we have monitors the mic audio. You see how and now it's getting red. The audio bar is getting all the way into the red because I'm speaking directly into the microphone. As I have multiple monitors, then you'll see how I'm only showing organized layer. Then we have monitors the mic audio. You see how and now it's getting red. The audio bar is getting all the way into the red because I'm speaking directly into the microphone. As I have multiple monitors, then you'll see how I'm only showing organized layer. Then we have monitors the mic audio. There we go. Is that the end of the looping? Gone, right? Okay, thank you. Whoever said that, well, I know who you are. Crazy Larry's going. Yeah, so I had the wrong switch on while trying to get the demo. I clicked on the wrong thing, and that created an audio feedback loop. So what was happening was that the surround sound, the mixer has a layer specifically for the surround sound, which is connected to the mic and my earphones. So I'm able to hear directly what's going on through my earphones, but my earphones are right next to the mic. So whatever had happened, I would speak into the microphone, and that audio would come out of my laptop through the surround sound, or through my out of my headphones back into the mic, and that created the loop. Sorry about that. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't come with feedback either. Someone said it was like I had schizophrenia on steroids. Yeah. Okay. So as I was saying, okay. Um, so I've got a command center here, right? So on the left screen, I'm looking at data pertaining to the health of the stream, as well as one video that congregates all of the chat comments that I'm getting on multiple social media platforms at once. So, John, right now you're commenting on Facebook, but a few minutes ago, there was also somebody on YouTube. And now I'm also simultaneously streaming on Twitter. So I'm streaming at three different places. I'm streaming on three different platforms, social media platforms at once. This is all in sync. If you visit my Twitter page right now, you'll see this stream. And you could have like the Facebook stream in one window, and you can have the Twitter stream in one. I'm streaming to all three at once. So I need to know who's saying what on each platform, but in a one quick place where I can dart my eyes rather than clicking through all three windows throughout the entire stream. I'll go crazy. Yeah, thank you, John. Thank you. So I've got data for the stream to my left. I've got a big cinematic screen above, right? And that's this one, which you'll see this one right here, where you'll see the Facebook like this, where you see my mouse at right now. And the actual laptop screen, which is where you see me in. And then I can also switch them back and forth, because sometimes when I want to play games, I like using the smaller screen. And when I like to do work or watch something or lecture, it'll be with the larger screen. So I can switch these. I can change their size and whatnot. So this is the first time I've ever seriously streamed, but you can see like I put a lot of thought into this. So I can do a lot in the stream window. Whereas a basic streamer or someone who didn't put much thought into what they are streaming will just simply stream their webcam and that's it. Whereas no, I thought ahead, as I usually do with virtually every aspect of my life. Thought ahead, thought about how can I set this up in a highly professional way. And remember, I have two cameras, so I could actually, theoretically, hold on, let me see if I can get can I get the cinematic camera working as well? Yes, I can. So this is the cinematic camera. Of course, I would need to adjust the lighting. Right? Right, so I've got multiple cameras of various qualities. I don't like the way that picture looks. Let me adjust the settings. Maybe that's actually the camera itself, because this is a DSLR cinematic camera. So let me see here. What am I working with here? So I've got multiple cameras. I've got the data for the health of the stream on my left, and I can modify it in multiple ways, just like I've shown you. I've got an audio mixer, each layer for whatever it is, whatever kind of audio that I want to play. So I can open each stream. Actually, I'm curious. How about we experiment? Can I play with both cameras at the same time on the same stream from this command center? Let me see. Can it be done? Webcam audio capture. eMeet Nova. It's not turning on. Oh, that's audio capture. Okay, how about visual? Here, this is what I need to do. Video capture device, eMeet Nova. Okay, webcam. eMeet Nova webcam. Can I use both at the same time? Can I? Oh, snap, I can. Get some. All right, so I can have the cinematic in one and the regular webcam in another, the lower quality webcam in another. So I can do a whole lot. This is a command center. So I can do basically whatever the hell I want. I can do whatever I want. All right, so I've got some seriously professional equipment going, and I've had it for years. You may not believe me. I've had this equipment for like 5 to 7 years now, and I just never use it because, well, I never use it in this way because I just don't like being on camera. All right, so yeah, I can have multiple cameras of various quality. I need to. Hold on. It's like let me change this because that looks sickly. Something's wrong with the visual. There we go. There we go. That's a bit better. A bit better, but I would have to still play with it just a little bit. I'll probably play with that later, but let me switch it to eMeet Nova. Webcam and deactivate. Okay. There we go. Back. So, all right. So I've got this really cool setup, and I've had it for years. I'm now finally really sinking my teeth into it. So really, to be honest, things haven't changed. It's now I'm finally using the full potential of my own setup. Got multiple audio layers, right? So I'm thinking of beginning each session with this, like in the big screen, and like I'll probably get rid of primary display, put this on full screen, and let it rip, right? And like I'll probably get rid of primary display, put this on full screen, and let it rip. All right. Okay. All right, and that's how we will begin. And then the live stream shall commence, right? And then we'll talk about it. And maybe in this screen, I'll have like a PowerPoint presentation of some kind. Almost like the old school Stefan Molyneux videos where like he had a PowerPoint presentation, screen in screen. I could do the same thing here. Right, because if you look here, so like I can have right? See, I can have a PowerPoint presentation, really, really beautiful PowerPoint presentation here in one. Maybe make it full screen slideshow. Yeah, there we go. And like, just imagine if there was text here, and we could talk about it. It's whatever. And then on the right here, I've got, this is another monitor that's not on this, that's not captured for the live stream, and that's where my private messaging or notes that I need to take, or private browsing that's off live stream. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so and what's really cool is that even though I have multiple monitors, you could actually, because of the way my operating system, you can break each monitor into smaller subs. You can partition each monitor into sub monitors. So I can turn 4 monitors into 12 if I wanted to. Now they would be smaller screens, but you can partition. Here, let me show you. All right, so this is the same monitor, right? You see these two. I have Facebook in one window, and I have Restream in another, and I can do this. A lot of computers can do this, right? Modern computers at least. And voila. And so now I have 2. So like I partitioned this one monitor. So now technically I'm using 2 monitors but 3 different partitions. Actually I'm using 2 monitors with 3 different partitions. And I could do the same thing here, right? And then put something else right here, maybe Spotify here. Now you're looking at 2 monitors with 4 partitions, or should I say 2 partitions of 2 monitors, equaling to 4 screens with the utilization of 2 monitors. And you can even break it down even further like this, right? You can break it down into fourths. So 2 monitors, 8 screens, 8 things going on with just 2 monitors, right? So it's like the way you can break this down is really cool. Okay. So I think that settles everything. I now can go live about whatever. So the only thing I would like you guys to do is ask me a question about the content. That would help me practice, right? So I've got the system. I've got the professional Shure mic. This is the same. This is the same mic you see all at least most professional YouTubers use. It's also the same model of mic that Metallica used to record. I believe it's Black album. I believe it was Black. I might be wrong. So this is a studio quality mic. So I've got everything I need, and I bought it years ago. I've just taken really good care of it. So it's all I need to do now is actually practice. Well, technically, you have followed my streaming from the very beginning, because I've only streamed like 5 times in the past 15 years. But now I'm going to start streaming almost every workday. So, and it's going to be great because, well, at least I hope it's going to be great. Each day, if we go back to the email I'm about to send out, I'm going to pull this back off screen. Right, so as you can see here in the email that I'm about to send out, I'm going to be online every single day, every single work day, unless I'm sick or I need to cancel for some reason. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we're going to talk about philosophy and relationships. Tuesday and Thursday, marketing and business. Now, I think when when Woven Industries is fully up and running, and as you can see with Woven Industries, I have my tech table right behind me, right? So actually, right here, there's more to this Batman setup than you may realize, because now the monitors, the monitors, wait, thank God it's not the drum mic from Saint Pink. uh, Now the monitors are cool in and of itself, but here is technology that I've been building with my son. Right below, so I actually have a sliding drawer that comes out, so I can work and program. So when I'm not live streaming, what do I do with this major setup, this Batman-esque setup? And that is right below. There's actually a multi USB slot that it's like an external that I use to plug in to various Arduino circuit boards at will. And this command center turns into a programming command center of the same kind. Like, it's just as cool. Multiple monitors, multiple things can get done at the same time. Like, I can have AI and one screen, and because of the mic, I can talk to the AI as though it were Jarvis, and I can build things, technological things, extremely quickly and make leaps and bounds in progress. And my son can sit here, right next to me. My son can sit right next to me, and he will either sit here at the tech table, or he'll sit literally right next to me, and we will look at me. Well, not look at me. We will together come up with plans. Like, I'll turn the monitor into like a diagram, like the big cinematic screen. We'll turn that into a digital whiteboard, and then we'll use the other screens to actually program or do, whatever it is that we're building. And that'll be that, right? So the moment we get Woven Industries fully back online, we're only about a month or so away from that, this schedule is likely to change, because I'm going to need to, like, I'm thinking Monday, Wednesday, and Friday might be Norton's Mind content. Tuesday and Thursday might be Omi Firm content, and maybe Sunday might be Woven Industries. Maybe once a week we'll do Woven Industries, maybe on Sunday or Saturday or something, and I'll talk about technology and how to maybe, I don't know. It's a vague thought, but with that in mind, you can see here, like, this is my bat cave at my house, and it's really cool once you understand, like, the various drawers and how I've got different things set up in here. Yeah. Okay. So you would do me a solid if you would be so kind as to ask me a question about the content, because that will help me practice the public speaking aspect of the blog articles. And I need to be able to, because tonight is an outlier scenario. I've been online for hours, and I'm not going to do that. That's unrealistic. That's unsustainable for me, especially as a family man. So I'm only going to be online I'll be online every day, but only for like 15 to 30 minutes. And I'm going to be we're going to talk about the topic. We might go into an hour. We might extend it to an hour if it's a really good conversation. But yeah, I would like if you could help me out, please. Just ask me a question in the comments right now, and help me practice for a topic that we could have, for a discussion that we could have about the content, the topic of the content. Or maybe yield some aspect of the book, or anything really. But Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays are meant to be philosophy. So could you ask me a question about it? What kind of cobweb are you going to put out in philosophy first? I don't understand. What do you mean? What do you mean by cobweb? Um, so like you see here, like any of this content that we can discuss, like this is when a man is ready to be a father, or what it means to disobey a good father. Like what if we could talk about these kind of topics, then that'd be really cool and beneficial. That way, I can keep each live stream very focused and valuable to the audience, rather than staying on here for hours and hours and hours on end. Okay, so the comments may not be immediate on Facebook. No, no, just it can be emailed to me, just however it may be, um, just so that we can discuss it. It's live. Let's talk about the philosophical content that I am producing on the blog. Um, right, and that could be turned into video content to support each article. Okay, I see you just jumped to YouTube. Yeah, I see you. Right, so just as I was saying, disobeying a good father. We had obey so the world doesn't break you in our house. This post was by far my favorite. Thank you for telling me that, Nancy. That's exactly the kind of thing I need to know. Like I need to know that, so that because that feedback will directly influence me in what articles to like. For example, with the polygamy post, right? That came from the social media comments, right? And I understand that that made some people feel uneasy, but no, 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 really, it's like I'm trying to have conversations with people like you in the comments and say, okay, what is the current topic of interest? What are we interested in reading and discussing philosophically today, this week? And whatever we talked about or whatever we heavily referenced more than once, that's going to be the preceding article. Make sense? And so that's basically what that was about. That's all that was. That's all that was behind that. And now I'm trying to do the same thing again. So it's like this week, it's Nancy just said disobeying a good father. It's like, okay, well, right, I just jumped to YouTube. I can say I'm definitely here for the fatherhood content. Definitely here for the fatherhood content. Okay, so that's 2 for the fatherhood. It's extremely relevant for me these days. Right. Okay, roger that. All right, so you enjoy the fatherhood content more than anything. All right, fantastic. That's exactly what I need to know. Okay, so yeah, I'm getting excited now. Disobeying a good father. What does it mean to disobey a good father? So let's go into this. Now, this is going to be very rough because it's my first time. But like, right, so I can't show you the pictures, but nearby, not too far from here, there is, I can't show you the pictures because of security for my children, but not too far from here, there's a pagan burial site. In this area of Spain, it's heavily Celtic, and they speak their own language called Catalonia. I'm sorry, Gallegos, and it's not like the rest of Spain. Like, yes, it is Spanish speaking. They are capable of speaking Spanish, but it's not terribly unlike the village that I visited in China, within which they were capable of speaking Mandarin, but they actually had their own Gallego. Sorry, the language was Gallego. They're capable of speaking Spanish, no doubt, but they have their own provincial dialect called Gallego. In the same way that in China, or where I was in China, yes, they were in the mountain villages, or the mountain village, they were capable of speaking Mandarin, but they spoke their own dialect called Chanchihua. Yeah, John. Yeah, yeah. Northern Spain is actually, you'd be surprised. It's not what you'd expect. Like, yeah, it's Spain, but when people think of Spain, they think of European. They think of Western European civilization with a slight Islamic influence, right? And there's a strong historical reason for that. But in this case, oh, let me turn off the light because I see that the sunburst, the light burst. Okay, the reason for that is because everybody knows Spain was conquered by Islam for about 800 years. Yeah, they think of flamenco and beaches. They think of sangria. Like, they think of very truly Spanish things. But before that, like historically, in ancient Spain was no different than Norway. It was no different than, Scotland. And they even had the same building architecture with the stones that you saw in Braveheart, movies like Braveheart. It's like rural Scotland. The weather's almost the same, and the pagan symbolism is of the same. It's like the whatever those settlers were, those ancient pagans were, they must have at some point migrated to the north of Spain, and the north of Spain it's like you might forget that it's Spain. You might think that you're in rural Ireland for a second, and that's the way it is here where I am. And there is a Celtic, and it is Celtic. There's a Celtic burial site. It's a national monument. It's a national preservation. Not too far from where I'm sitting, and that's where we went to go camping for about 3 or 4 days. And throughout this journey, I was being that archetypal father. I was teaching my kids how to light fires for. Oh yeah, and by the way, somebody just said the national instrument in Spain is bagpipes, like the Scottish. So you'd be surprised, like pre-Islamic Spain, ancient Spain is like no different than Scotland, which is really cool to think about. So actually, it's kind of tragic to think about it, depending on how you want to look at it. But anyway, yeah. So we were. Not more than anything. I have no idea what's happening next. It's LOL. It's awesome. Celtic. I just need to get out. Yeah. Okay, so we were at this Celtic burial site. When I say Celtic burial site, like, have you ever heard of the video game Senua's Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice? Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. This is what it's like. It is not the Spain that you think it is. It's like a section of Ireland. And this is what the people look like. This is what the architecture looks like. You'll see Norse symbols everywhere. You'll see the Celtic symbols everywhere. You'll see this symbol. You'll see this symbol in random locations. And it's nationally preserved. It's like the Spanish government protects it because it's a part of its ancient history, where the original Spaniards were virtually identical to the Scottish Celt. The Scottish Celts. So we're at this burial site, and the burial site is by the beach, and the site is a fortress. It's an ancient fortress that was built to protect the area against invasions from the sea. So you have to. It's easy to climb. To someone like me, I wouldn't even classify it as a climb. But to the kids, it's legitimately dangerous. You could absolutely die climbing the rocks, because that's what it's meant to be. It was meant to make people die. intruders. It was meant to make intruders to climb up the walls like you're in the anime Berserk or some shit, and a sword cuts your arm. You fall down. You roll down to your death, right? Or you fall into the ocean, never to be seen again, or shark infested waters, right? So it's really cool. It's a really cool site, and that's where we were staying. And I took the time to teach my kids a bit more about how to light fires, general fatherhood stuff. And that's the story that I highlight in this article pertaining to how when we were at the beach before this fortress, the beach of the fortress, I say, you watch out for the riptides. And my daughter, she said, yes, she didn't willfully disobey me. She just didn't take me that seriously, which was a mistake. Right? So she wasn't like rude. She didn't like, when I speak, she listens. She just, when she gets excited, she was really excited. She wasn't thinking straight, and she didn't quite understand the danger. She just didn't, until, and to a certain extent, I allowed it to happen in the same way that I wrote in the article, because I knew that I could harp all day. I could yap, 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 and not really get through to her. To some extent, on certain things, she's got to learn the hard way. The challenge is, to what extent does she learn the hard way? And my challenge as a father was to make sure she got the split-second scare, but in a controlled way, to the extent where I knew that she was safe, even in the worst-case scenario. Right? And that is not easy. It's not easy, right? Anything could go wrong, because even in the worst-case scenario, let's say and I wrote this in the article, let's say we did get dragged out to sea. These are shark-infested waters, right? So in a hypothetical vacuum, yeah, sure, I could have in fact survived the riptide, dove into the riptide with her, and relax the body, calmed her down, let the riptide take us, and then loop back around and riding the waves back to the beach. But even doing that, I may have the know-how, and I may have the physical prowess necessary to make that swim. That is not to say that we won't get attacked by something along the way. That's not to say that there won't be more riptides or something else that catches us along the way. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I was totally, absolutely in control. So it was, in fact, a very calculated risk. But that's life. Sometimes it doesn't always work out. There's nothing, and that has nothing to do with being a bad parent. That's just life. And life's not fair for any of us to one extent or another. So I did everything that I could to make sure that the chances with such a calculated risk were absolutely in my favor. And fortunately, the gods were on my side that day. And she definitely brought the lesson home. More than just simply the lesson of, okay, be careful about the ocean, respect the ocean, don't underestimate the ocean. At a deeper level, it was, you better fucking listen to your dad. Your dad knows what the hell he's talking about. And she definitely learned that day. And not in a way that required me to punish her or definitely not hit her or anything like that. It was just, I think genuinely good fatherhood, the fatherhood in its pinnacle form, is when a father, or really it doesn't have to be a father, it could be a mother, it just the parent, but in this context, it's speaking as myself from my anecdotal experience, it would be the father. It's not that you're disobeying your father, right? Authoritative. And the article goes into that, the difference between authoritarian and authoritative. I am an authoritative parent, not authoritarian, right? To a great extent, like you will obey me to the extent where like you're not going to disrespect me in my own house. Oh hell no, right? And my kids, I don't have to. My kids already know that, right? But there are lots of different ways you can instill that respect into a child without fucking going berserk on them. There are a multitude of ways. Like for example, rough housing, rough play, and there are a lot of fragile parents that think there's something wrong with rough housing when in fact, according to clinical studies, rough housing is excellent. Controlled, safe rough housing is excellent for the development of your children for a lot of different ways. And dads are uniquely suited to roughhouse with their children in ways that are going to be a bit more difficult, not impossible, but a bit more difficult for a woman to, just through the nature of biology, just for the differences in like bone thickness, strength, that sort of thing. And with that in mind, my kids know my strength. They know how strong I am. Like they can feel it. They know not to, right? If they, not to cross certain lines. And I don't have to hurt them. They know not to cross certain lines because it's subcommunicated by calculated play. Almost like lions and how they'll play. That little lion cub, can feel the strength of that fatherly lion, even though the lion does not necessarily have to eat the cub or bite the cub or claw the cub for the cub to understand, hey, that's daddy lion. You know what I mean? So like my kids have a combination of awe and fear. And I'm not so proud of the fear part, but like it's effortless. Like I don't want them to be afraid of me. Yet it cannot be helped because of how strong I am. Even if we're not even talking about any actual physical harm being incurred, it's just when you're roughhousing with a dad who's been training it relatively consistently in MMA for the past 20 years, like the kid knows, like they can just feel it, so it's subcommunicated. And in this instance, translated to the beach incident, it's not that my kids disobey. They have the freedom to a certain extent to disobey me because I don't want them to be parrots. I don't want them to be parrots. Absolutely not. It's just that there is in fact such a thing as objective truth. We human beings struggle to understand objective truth. We struggle to comprehend it. We struggle to imbibe it. If such a thing can actually be imbibed without violating the concept of it being objective in the first place. Right? But that's a different philosophical conversation that we could have. The fact that there is in fact such a thing as truth. When a father or parent, it could be the mother, but in this, again, disclaimer, just speaking from my anecdotal experience as the father, it is not so much that you're disobeying me or not taking me seriously, it's that you're not taking the truth seriously. So an authoritarian parent does not necessarily always speak from truth. They'll lie to their kids, they'll manipulate their kids, and they'll conduct themselves in a certain way that's like when the kid speaks the truth, the kid is the bad guy in the situation. No. When my kids speak the truth, I reward them. Right? I congratulate them because truth is difficult. Truth is generally painful conceptually. So if they can demonstrate that they can acquire through reason their own deeper and deeper, progressively deeper levels of truth, I praise them for that because that takes strength of character. And certain truths I don't feel comfortable bestowing upon them. Certain things I've let them figure out on their own because maybe they're too young to learn certain truths. But that's another conversation. With that said, to disobey an authoritative, not authoritarian, but an authoritative father or parent, right, or mother, is not so much that you're disobeying the parent. It's not an egoistic thing. It's that you are disobeying the truth. And when you disobey the truth, the world will punish you. Like I don't have to hit you. I didn't like when my daughter disobeyed me, so to speak, I put that in air quotes, when she disobeyed me, the reason why I was able to smile was because I knew the error, the grave mistake that she had made. And I didn't have to do anything to her. I knew that the ocean itself was going to put the fear of the gods in her. Like I didn't have to yell. I smiled because I knew what was coming. But I also knew simultaneously I knew what was coming in combination with me being there and having the skill to handle the situation. Right? It would be different if I lacked the skill to handle the situation. That's when I would become suddenly filled with anxiety and panic. I would try not to panic, but that's when my emotional state would have been vastly different if I didn't have the swim training that I got from the SEAL training. Right? So it would be a totally different situation. But also, if knowing my personality, if I did lack, if I was not a sub-Olympic swimmer, if I didn't have that prior experience, then I don't think I might have allowed them near the ocean like that, right? So it's a give and a take, right? But I digress. It wasn't that she was disobeying me. It was that she was disobeying the truth of the ocean. And all I was a messenger. Authoritative parents are little more than messengers of truth, while giving their children the freedom to develop however they may, as free-thinking individuals. And if you disobey the truth, the lack of truth will consequentially punish you in and of itself. I don't have to. What's best is that I'm there. In what ways that I can be, to cushion and control the damage. So unless they're best taught the hard way, it might even help others to want. Yeah. Now see this that what I just said. That was me speaking authentic. Like I love this, right? Right. So this is the kind of video content that I would turn into like a supplement or like a video addendum to the blog. So I'm going to clip this and add it to the blog. Right. And that'll be what it is for YouTube. And that helps me to build the audience. It helps me to improve the experience of the content. And that helps me to bring in more paid subscribers. Right. So now if we could, now that's Nancy, because I know that you were worried about the polygamy post. Like, no, relax. Truly, if you can see that in my body language, my eyes. No, there was nothing behind it like that. Just simply, that was the discussion, and this is what I wanted to do. Now you guys tell me, okay, it's the fatherhood content. That is the discussion of this week or this live stream. That is what I'm going to, we're going to talk about that. Make sense? And that's now I'm going to go produce more content in this direction. All right, I love the rough housing. She loved being thrown. I'm going to look at some comments. She loved being thrown around and caught. She had so much faith in daddy, always catching her. It became her downfall. I don't know what to say to that. May the gods watch over you and the tides ever be in your favor, Mike. Thank you. I need to practice that more. Instilling respect is a current struggle. John, do you mind going into how instilling respect is a current struggle? Could you go into detail? Do you mind going into detail about that? If so, then we can leave that alone. But maybe that could be an article. Maybe that could be the next article. All right, and my methodology of instilling respect in children. And this isn't just in my own children. Remember, I was a teacher. I taught classes of 60 kids a pop in China. Classes of 60 kids. Classrooms filled with 60 kids. I know in America, in the West, 60 kids in a single classroom is unheard of. It's a horror story. But because of China's condensed populations in these isolated, not isolated, but these focused areas, right? Like rural China is barely populated at all. So it's like the overpopulation of China is due to or emanates in the manifestation of a whole ton of people congregated in a focused area of the focused geographical location of a city, and that has lasting reverberations, lasting ripple effects of consequences throughout the entire country. Right. This, sorry, I wasn't able to devote my entire attention to this. We were still potty training. No, totally understood. Totally understood. Dude, I'm willing. It won't be easy, but I'm not a hugely proud person. 60 is way too much. That and culture differences. Yeah, yeah. But let me tell you, I've got. I actually have. Thankfully, I have a video, a bit of a video from when I was teaching at Williams English School in China, and you can see how the kids were reacting to me. That wasn't propaganda. That they were really reacting to me like that. When I would walk into the school, not the school, the classroom, and they did not do this for every teacher. They just did it for me and the other native Chinese teachers, and I'm not native Chinese, right? So they didn't do it for the other foreign English teachers. So I was unique in this regard. The sort of respect that I commanded. They would stand up, all 60 students, like I was a fucking commanding officer. You know how like in the military when the captain's on deck, you have to stand, or a superior officer walks into the room or into your tent, you have to stand up at attention. That's exactly what they did en masse. When I walked into the room, they would stand up and say, Lao Shi Hao, meaning hello, teacher, or, good day, teacher, right? And that is a sign of deep respect. It got to the point where there was one point where some Chinese teachers didn't like it because they envied the respect that I was getting that they didn't get. And I was supposed to be the foreign teacher. I was supposed to be below them. And they didn't like that I was getting this respect because it wasn't just simply respect. It was also that my classes were objectively funner. Like I would do kung fu in class. Legitimately, I would do kung fu in class. I would do cartwheels over desks to maintain the kids' attention. And then we would play these really cool educational games that I would come up with. Like one I didn't come up with, but I actually got it from another teacher. But I modified it in my own way. And it's called Sangguo Sha, which is the three dynasty kingdoms of China, Shu, Wu, and Wei Guo. The three, if you ever played Dynasty Warriors, there's a PlayStation game, there's a Sony franchise of games around it. Or Dynasty Warriors. And I would split the classroom into three groups. And one group was Wu Guo, or Wu country, or the Wu forces. One group was the Shu forces, and the other group was the Wei forces. And they would have to drill and answer my questions in order to score points again. And like they would gain a point, and they could inflict a point of damage against another team. So I basically divided the classroom into three sections and had them wage war against each other throughout the process of answering my questions and thus learning English along the way inadvertently. And I got very intricate with it. Like that was the basic form of it. But as I got better at it, I started evolving the rules. Like they could form alliances. They could betray people. They could trade points for more. Like if you got points, you didn't have to initially use it. You could save it and then like gain 2 to 3 more points for every turn that you did not spend it, and trade it with a hidden ally in the classroom. Like it got crazy. And then there are also games that we would play where I would do kung fu stunts if they got certain answers right, or they would have to do something if they got certain answers wrong. And so it was very fun, and I left this major impression on all the students to the point where I earned a certain level of respect, uh, higher than even a lot of the other native Chinese teachers. And so whenever I'd walk in, the kids would stand up and they would bow to me and say "Lao sure how," like I was like that damn straight, right? So the article that I could write a lot about instilling respect. I couldn't hit them, right? So because if I hit the kids, holy shit, they'd throw my ass in a Chinese gulag easily, right? So I couldn't hit them. So the question is, how do you instill respect holistically? How do you strike the fear of the gods in a kid without needing to even go there? Right? It's sub communicated. It's implicit to where they just like you walk into the room and they know, oh shit, dad walked into the room. Right? They don't you don't have to necessarily go there. It's already in their minds without ever actually being that monster in reality. They just know that you're capable of it. Right? And the way that you play with them, I think that's the key in 9 out of 10 scenarios. It's the way that you play with them, and the other 1 out of 10 is when they do test the boundaries. Your advice better be based on truth, because then they see in retrospect, shit, I should listen to him. So let's see here. What I consider failure, I guess, is dealing with my dude when he's doing the thing I just told him not to do while smiling. How old is he? How old is your son that you're referring to? John, how old is he if he's disobeying you while smiling? Because I will say, it's strange. My sons have never done that. Not I have multiple sons. Not a single one of them, and they've passed toddler age. Not a single one of them have ever done that to me. Like willfully disobeyed me and smiled. That's that's odd to me. Now I know many. It's normal across many households throughout the world, but in my house that has never happened, not once with any of the kids. Hmm. Do you do you if he disobeys you, or if he does something that you dislike, do you have a means of taking away privileges? And do you stick to your guns when you tell him no? No matter how much you might whine, like my kids will do that. They'll whine and they'll like, I want that. I want to be the first to play the PlayStation. I want to. They'll do that. Well, I hear you. You're trying, but so like I'm trying to get into the weeds of it. Are you Like, do you have privileges that you take away from life? I'm going to give an example from what I'll do with my kids. We have a ranking system, military style. Uh, so a kid can gain or lose rank depending upon how they behave. Now they know not to misbehave with me, right? They not once have they ever gone there, but they have absolutely misbehaved out in public on various scenarios. I won't go into detail, but they've absolutely embarrassed our house a couple times, depending on which kid we're talking about. But swiftly, within 24 hours, that was corrected. And by that, I mean, like, I would clearly break down like why they need to not be so narcissistic and how they dishonor our home, and why it is strictly important to make friends with people to an extent that you keep your self-respect and boundaries. But it's important not to have everyone hate you, to think that you're better than everyone, because that's a downside. And I fully admit this with full vulnerability. That's a downside to having me as a dad. Right? So what are the downsides of having me as a dad? And that's one of them, where you think that your dad is so fucking cool. You think that your dad is like your dad's super smart. He's super strong. He's athletic. He rock climbs in Norway. It's you think you think your dad is so damn cool that goes to your head, and you develop into a little narcissist if it's not kept in check. Right. So one of my kids had this air of superiority, and I'm all about having confidence. I want my kids to feel confident, but there was a point where we got a complaint from the teacher. I'm not going to go into detail about something that they did that greatly dishonored our home. And within 24 hours, I made sure that kid issued a written apology. Nobody's hurt. Like it didn't come to any sort of violence. Just really obnoxious character. And that's probably the worst that I've experienced as far as disrespect. None of my kids have ever directly disrespected me. They just don't. And I think that's not entirely to do with me. I think a lot of that has to do with their mom. Because, and I'm talking about from the womb even. I think it's not just, because I can't take full credit, because that would also simultaneously be a relatively narcissistic thing to do. I think holistically, if we were to view all acts of disrespect as symptomatic to the holistic health of the home, as both the mother and father form a symbiotic relationship of mutually exchanged value, setting that example for the children in the domicile, then that immediately begs the question: what role the mother plays in discipline? And I'm going to tell you right now what I think. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, he's an only child, so the ranking is a bit moot. Right? Yeah. Okay. No, I totally understand. I get that. Yeah, it's because it actually helps to a certain extent to have more than one child. But I understand it's like it's expensive, right? And it's a high risk. Like we're going through a high risk pregnancy right now, so I'm with you on that. So what was I saying? So what role does the mother play? Right now, I'm not asking you to answer it. I'm telling my own story here, my own anecdote, asking a rhetorical question. And honestly, discipline begins before they even leave the womb. I firmly believe that my kids start respecting me before they're even born. And that is largely due to the psychological imprinting of the mother, because she looks up to me. My wife legitimately looks up to me. Like if there's like, she's hype, she's very attuned to how I'm feeling. If she's just like, she's just very, very, what I say heavily influences her, so I have to be very careful. She's very sensitive to me. She cares. She loves me deeply, and that's a wonderful thing. Uh, but with that comes, I have to be very gentle with like even body language because I matter that much, right? And that I've never mattered in any other home in my entire life. I've never known what it felt like to matter so much until I met her. So thinking about that, what does that psychologically do to the child as they're integrating that DNA, the genetic memory, the strong emotional associations of the mother while they're growing in the womb? And then and they hear your voice. There's the science behind what happens in the womb is absolutely fascinating. So when they hear my voice in the womb, and then finally, and the mother genuinely looks up to the father, me. They're born already ready, pre-installed with look up to daddy, sort of it's somewhere in their subconscious minds. So that's where it starts before they're even born, actually, while they're in the womb. So the discipline, if I was to write an article about the discipline of the children, I would actually take a step back and say, before we even talk about the discipline of the children, how do you treat the wife? How do you treat the mother? How do I treat my wife? And if I treat her well while working excruciatingly hard to be truly worthy of that man that she respects, to have earned and maintained that respect. And by the way, my wife is listening to this right now. She's in the other room. So like, if you disagree, I know you hear me. If you disagree, by all means, step in. You are completely free to. This is live. If you want to say something, if you think I'm going off on a tangent and I'm bullshitting, by all means, Karina, you're free to say something. How do you treat her? Right, and then that's actually a more complicated question than you may think, because there are plenty of nice guys that treat women nicely, right? But niceness doesn't mean shit without respect. So how do you earn respect, right? And that's through the kind of soldierly, and at least in my experience, it's going to be different. You're going to get a different story from other guys, but in the way that it has worked for me is not just simply my past in the military, because to be honest, my past in the military wasn't that impressive. At least not in comparison to others. Like, it sounds really cool on paper that I got a top secret security clearance by the FBI when I was like 19 and all that. It sounds really Hollywood level, but really veterans know, like real ones know, like what sounds cool on paper is different than the reality of a real deployment, right? The real ones know. So like it wasn't like James Bond 24/7. It wasn't like that. It sounds way cooler than it actually was. And while there were definitely Hollywood-esque moments, the majority of the deployments were boring. Right? So it's not as impressive as it may sound on paper. But I digress. It's not just the past. It's in the same way. Like, I've never once raised my hand to strike my wife, not once. But I've never had to. Right? Through the same or very similar kind of subcommunicated power in, for lack of a better way of putting it, sex, how sex goes, and I'm trying to watch what I say because I am on live stream, but it's also a matter of what she has seen. My wife has seen me fight. She's seen me get in the fights before, and she's also seen how other men respond to me, such as there were Muslims in China that didn't know that we were together at first. And I actually wrote an article about this on the old version of Norton's Mind, about how we were hunted by panthers in the Chinese wilderness around the first winter I took her up there to the secret spot that I built. And again, it sounds cooler on paper than it really is, than it really was. We weren't attacked. I didn't have to like fist fight a panther or anything like that. But it was, as a matter of fact, so we were technically hunted by panthers, but I was so skillful that we never needed to have a direct confrontation. Because if you have a direct confrontation with a wild animal like that, you fucked up somewhere, right? A real wilderness expert will tell you that almost in a Sun Tzu way. Perhaps the way that I pronounce that is different from most Westerners. In Chinese, you would say Sun Tzu, but in Western English, you would say Sun Tzu. The art of war. That all of war is the art of deception, or the pinnacle of war is to not fight at all, right? And the real wilderness masters will tell you that the moment you hear a story of a dude fist fighting a panther, he's either an egomaniacal piece of shit who's a liar, or he really did come into a confrontation with a panther or some other wild animal, thereby making him not brave. Well, maybe he's brave, but not worthy of so much respect more than he is incompetent. Because the pinnacle of surviving in the wilderness is, true to the art of war, not having to fight those animals at all. So what I did was scare them off. Quite simply, raising the bass of my voice, and I could do it right now, but it's late at night. It's 4:16 in the morning where I am, so I don't want to wake up my neighbors. The bass of my voice can be heard down the street if I wanted it to. And that's not an exaggeration. And the Muslims that almost attacked her, there were 3 of them, and I was armed with an axe and a combat knife, and they didn't know that we were together. And so when you're going up to these mountains, there's a tourist path and there's a wilderness path, and I went on the wilderness path, not the tourist path. The Muslims were going on the tourist path, and my wife was a bit behind me. I was taking point because that was our typical formation. I would take point so as to break through the ice, and there was a point at which I almost lost my legs because I was breaking through the ice for her sake, so that because her body's even now she's got a very petite body. Her body cannot handle breaking through chest level ice when you're in high altitudes. Somebody has to do it, so it was me. So all these things that I'm explaining to you, like from the way I handled the ice, the way I like tanked the ice for her, even at the near loss of both of my legs, through frostbite, and that's a different story. How I rescued her against or from Chinese triads with that's another story, and how the Muslims to complete that sub story. Again, no confrontation actually happened because I used intimidation as a well enough deterrent. We were in a formation. I was taking point, and she was a couple feet behind me, and I was well aware of the Muslims, but I wanted to keep my head. I wanted to keep my head down. I wanted to keep a low profile because, again, you want to avoid conflict at all costs. But she had said something. My wife had said something. I don't remember what it was, and they hurt her. And so they and I'm not saying she was picking a fight with him or anything like that. It wasn't like that. She just said something. I forget what it was. I don't even think it was to them, but they just hurt her. And because of the distance in our formation, they initially assumed that we were not together. And so they actually stopped, they paused and turned around, and they began to approach her. Now, of course, they never actually got close to her. The moment, because I had kept my third eye on them the entire time, the moment they began to walk, I would say they were maybe 15 feet away, 20 feet away, right? By the time they got within 12 to 15 feet, it was quite clear. I stood up boldly, and I couldn't speak. I think it was Farsi that they were speaking, but I had my knife and my axe, and I clearly subcommunicated like, "Hey, you guys outnumber me. Yes, we are together. You guys may outnumber me, but I'm telling you right now." Right, and they're scrawny guys, right? So, and like, my camera's not doing me justice. I'm 6 foot tall, highly muscular. I mean, it seemed like it. Like I don't. If I was to take my shirt off right now, like you'd be. I've got muscle. They were like 5'6". Like they were three dudes, so they had various heights. Like one was like I'm gonna eyeball it at 5'6", 5'8", max 5'9". Right? They were in the 5'6" to 5'9". So they were short compared to me. So I stood over these dudes, and they could see that I was taller than them from that distance, and because I could see, and I know that because I could see how much shorter they were to me from that distance, and I subcommunicated, you might outnumber me, you know what, you might even beat me, right? I'm not even going to be cocky about it. They might have even beaten me via overwhelming numbers, but I'm telling you right now, and I subcommunicated this, you're not going to beat me without at least two of you either dying or being permanently maimed for the rest of your life. Who wants to be first? Nobody wants to be first, right? So they got the fucking message. Turned right the fuck around and kept it moving, right? You're not going to be essaying. I have to watch what I say on because I'm on live stream. You're not going to be essaying this blonde in this forest today, right? And so my wife watched these. Like she's bared witness to these events, not just simply as a witness, but for her, in service to her. And so it's not just a story of my past that I could tell her. It's the continual demonstration of that kind of masculinity over years that leads to accumulated respect over time that just kind of gets higher and higher and higher as we go on. And that absolutely influences the child in the womb. Absolutely. Axiomatically, a priori, influences the child in the womb before they're even born. So the kid comes out with this, like, whoa, this subconscious programming, this genetic memory of, dad's a fucking boss. I don't know why he's a boss, but he's a boss. And then there's that pre-installed programming. Then my wife, when I'm not, she's with the kids right now, because I'm live streaming here in this room. She's with the kids right now. They're asleep, but you can tell that, okay, when I'm doing this sort of thing, she's nurturing the kids. She obviously tells them stories. She tells them these things. I don't talk to the kids like that. I mean, I talk to the kids, don't get me wrong, but like, my personality right now. Like I self-promote as a means to an end. And I'm an introverted dude. I may not seem like it right now, but in my heart of hearts, I'm a very introverted man. I'm like, it begs the question why I was alone in the wilderness for so long. And anyhow, right? So because being alone recharges my batteries. It doesn't drain them. Whereas with an extrovert, they need to be around people to recharge their batteries. They're the polar opposite. Now, I recharge my batteries when I'm away from people. Then take all of that into consideration with play. They feel a sample, a non-harmful sample of daddy's power in play, combined with that pre-installed genetic memory, the imprinting of the mother's emotions, and the story she herself tells them. Right? So I self-promote on social media, but when I turn the camera off, I'm telling you, I'm a writer. I don't talk much. I'll talk at length the same way I'm talking now if you push the right buttons. You trigger the right memories. However, you have to trigger the right memories first, right? So if it's just an ordinary day, I don't talk much at all. I'm a writer. So, okay, John. So what you can do is, since this is recorded, just go back and you can just watch the story. I'm going to clip all this anyways, right? So there's no way I'm letting this go without being saved for the annals of the YouTube page. So with that in mind, I don't usually talk that much. So it's her. She does that talking. I'll if I don't have a reason to tell them a story, then I don't tell them that story because ordinarily it requires like it sounds cool to their ears, but what I remember is being afraid, and by definition that means I was genuinely courageous, but that doesn't mean that you feel courageous in the moment. What you feel in the moment is the primal overcoming of fear or the dealing with fear, where you lose a sense of yourself. It's like the saying that they have this, and they have this saying in some derivative of this saying in martial arts. They have this in CQC or CQB training in the military. It's under duress. Now there are various derivations of it. So if I don't say this saying in the same exact way that you might remember it, I beg you to consider the substance of the saying, the substance of the expression, even if the rhetoric of it is a bit different than what you remember. And that is, when you're under duress, you fall to your level of training. Right? You don't. It's not. It's not what you can think. You can't think in the moment when you're afraid. So that's the whole point of training. Else, if you could really think, like really think to the highest extent of your potential IQ, then you wouldn't need to train that much. Because once you're in a life or death situation, you could just invent a novel solution. Now, to some extent, some people can do that, but in general, when bullets are flying, or when your life's in danger, like real danger, and that you get that spike of cortisol in your amygdala, that the amygdala center of your brain is just fucking is being overloaded with electrical signals. You're not thinking. You naturally shift into a different modality, and what overcomes is instinct, and that instinct better have been channeled through adequate training, which takes time. That cannot be faked. So, what did you say? I think part of the differences between your fatherhood and mine might be the fact that you're present the majority of the time, being gone for the day job to the tune of running out the door with him to daycare and come back. That is definitely a factor. Yeah, that's definitely a factor as well. Because daycare, and what I'm about to say, don't think I'm putting you down. Because I understand how me working from home and being able to generate the income that I do from, like, if you didn't know me, if I say I work from home, I might fall into the stereotype of thinking like, oh, I'm a bum. No, I'm not a bum. I'm far from it. Right? I make 6 figures a year doing what I do, and I'm building my asset column little by little. As we can see, this is part of the reason why I'm live streaming it now. Anyway, but with that said. That is absolutely a fatherly advantage. That's another thing. So you're absolutely right. I can't forget that. Because when you send your kids to daycare, you're essentially outsourcing your parenting. Stress like that is almost Freudian in that respect. Actions and emotions under distress can usually reveal underlying reactions to stress. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, so holistically, and thank you for saying that, because I'm also going to add that to the article, because I can't forget that distinct advantage that I have, and it's also the reason why I might be an outlier for having more than 6 children, because statistically, the more children you have, like 6 is generally the limit for the average family. But what is the average family? The average family is where the dad and mom, well, now the modern average family is when both the dad and the mom are working to some extent or another. and their kids go to daycare, the kids go to public school, and they're the two incomes coming in, and there's only an X amount of hours per day that the parents are actually with the kids, whereas with us, we are with the kids 24/7, almost 24/7. Now they go to school, but besides that, none of the kids have ever been to daycare, none of them. We built our little family would-be empire completely within our houses, working primarily remotely. I can confidently say that me and my wife are the chief influences in our child's lives, 100%. The average family can't actually say the same, though, not with the same level of confidence, because, and I don't blame them. I'm not putting them down. This is not like an arrogant rant. No, I'm saying like that's just a sad fact. This is in fact an advantage and a privilege that I have, and I thank you for saying that, because that it absolutely is a factor. So it's everything I said plus that. It's the reaction of the mother, the accumulated respect over time that the mother has that imprints upon the child before they're even in the womb. There's the play, and just being a generally respectable dude, an honorable dude to begin with, because your kids, they know, they can see weak, and the kids are not idiots, right? They can see, they know, they can feel strength of character. They can intuit integrity to a father's character. If you say no and you stick to your guns, and no means no, like they know this, they can feel it. There's that, and then there's also the fact that we are indeed the primary on-location influences of our children. And the average family cannot say that. And it's part of the reason why, it's a critical reason why I was able to protect my kids from molestation in Alaska, is the fact that I didn't have somewhere else to go. Is the fact that I was always in the at-home lab, building, tinkering. I was always there within earshot, with a sound security system, an intercom system throughout the entire house, which then eventually evolved into the home security system that I'm about to sell within a month or two from Woven Industries, right? And that, but how many parents can say that they can do that they've done that, right? So you're absolutely correct. That is a major factor, and I won't leave that out in the next article. Demographic. What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by demographic, John. Nancy says, we are in the same house as our adult children and her boyfriend, father of the children. We spend a lot of time, a majority of the time, with the grands. John says, I'm not perfect. I do actually hate following through with punishments. I said, yeah, but that's emotional mastery. And that's why you have to, before that's why when it comes to punishments, develop a premeditated system so that you know what it's going to be. So like, don't fly off the cuff and say, oh, I'm going to punish you for reason, in X, Y, and Z, because that's when you're most likely to go overboard and be cruel or abusive. If instead you have a system, that's what one of the first questions I asked you was, do you have a system of any kind? And you don't have, it doesn't necessarily have to be a ranking system. We had a system even when we had our firstborn, a system of algorithmic checks and balances of if this, then that, if that, then this. Like for example, if you disobey in this way, then, or this kind of offense means 1 day without video games. This kind of offense means this many days without any sugar. Any sugar, that means full ketogenic. So like, when feeding my kids, if one of them was punished at like a tier 2 level of punishment, I'd feed them. Oh, I'd feed them. Right? They'd get eggs, burger meat, but like the burger meat without the bread, while we were all eating bread. So like they'd absolutely get the nutrition, but they're not getting the sugar, because a lot of people don't know that carbohydrates are actually a form of sugar. So like when I say no sugar for 2 days, ketogenic, right? It's like I'm gonna enjoy the hell out of this burger bread, and oh, you've got the patty, you've got and we'll make sure that we give him extra to make sure that he definitely we'll make sure that we exceed their minimum caloric needs. But like when I say no sugar, it's not just simply candy. I said no sugar. Right? And do we have a system? So, and I can't tell you exactly what yours should be. It's just it makes it a lot easier if you have protocol. That way you can have an easier time mastering your emotions and you don't go off the cuff. I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying, like, speaking in general. That way, if you have protocol to fall back on, trust in the protocol, the system that you have set up before you trust your emotions. Because your emotions, no matter how angry you get, they can take you too far. And you can veer off into the realm of abusive. Yeah, no sugar at all. If I say no sugar, I said no sugar. All right, now, again, ketogenic diets are actually extremely healthy. They're probably healthier. So in a very counterintuitive way, the kid was actually eating better than we were. But in the mind of a child, it's like, oh my God, no sugar. It's so that's so like tier one, like tier one, tier two, tier three, like tier one, no video games, tier two, no sugar, depending on the severity of the offense. Prior to set up the point prior to the action that warrants it. Right, I understand. Right, so just making sure that you have a system. That's what I recommend. That you preemptively prepare to be disobeyed, and you know what to do. So like when you have when that occurs, just rely on protocol. Business is business. That's sort of, you develop that cold stoic business is business mentality, that judicial mentality, so that you are in fact fair with your children, and explain to them the system too. Don't surprise them. Say, hey, if you do this, then that. If you full transparency, so that they know what it's like, and you can hold them accountable. That's actually another method of holding them accountable. It's like, did you know the rules, and you still did X? Okay, what is the punishment for X? What is it? What are the consequences for X? Okay, the consequences for X are Y. Correct? Did we or did we not agree? Yes. Okay. Well then, don't cry. All right. No video games for 2 days. I don't want to hear it. Okay. I think that's gonna be about it for me today, guys, because it's currently 4:38 a.m. and I am. It's a bit of I'm tired. But this was great. This was a great first day. I mean, it's definitely started rough. It was definitely complicated to have this whole system set up. But now that it is set up, I can go live and talk like this for like 15 to 30 minutes a day on the specific topic of the article. And thank you for asking the questions that you have. Yeah, that's what I try to do. If you sling that toy, I'm taking it and you get time. Yeah. So just develop a protocol. Okay. I'm going to log off now. I'll talk to you guys later. I'm going to get some sleep. Thank you so much for your time and attention. You can probably see my body language. I started relaxing. Trying to help me troubleshoot it. Yeah, and yeah, Mike, I don't mind being on display in my failures, but thanks, brother. It means a lot to me that you tried and helped me troubleshoot it. Yeah. So I'm gonna write about this. I'm gonna clip the scenes from this video from the live stream. I might have I might have to hire an editor of some kind, like somebody who like somebody inexpensive from like the Philippines or something, um, that can just like go because this is hours and hours of content, right? So like I'll have to. This is like a 4 or 5 hour video, and there to clip it would require like somebody who could just like who could really sit there for X amount of dollars per hour and watch the whole video and find key clips and take them and we turn that into content. But awesome first discussion. Thank you, Nancy. Yeah, Nancy, next time if you think you're seeing something that worries you or like triggers a specific trauma that you explained to me, um, breathe and ask first. Like ask for clarification. Always, give me the benefit of the doubt. Just there, you may not have the full, and you likely don't. And that's not your fault. That's not your fault in any way, shape, or form. It could just simply be like some detail I left out or should have, because I'm not perfect. I can't. I'm not. Sometimes I fail to. I'm not a perfect writer. So I don't. I'm not perfect at putting all the information out there, even unwittingly sometimes, right? So, right. My goal is my children's care. Yes, I can look you square in the eye and confirm that. If I wasn't worried about doing it wrong, I almost certainly would be. Thanks, Nancy. Oh, I think Nancy was speaking to you, John. Yeah, yeah. Your goal is your children's care. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the camera. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, or well, in my case, it's today, because it's 4 in the morning the next date. So I'll see you in a little over 12 hours.